Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Statches continues to go on with it, and Statches is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel wins six. One more try. Flashy Jewel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go about it. It's unusual. Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 49 on the racing calendar, down to the final 3 days of live racing. Let's take a quick look back at last week's racing action. Who was hot coming into tonight? Well, on the jockey side, Nyrone Austin had a great evening. He won two, both of them aboard Jen Jordan trained horses, and leading jockey Jorge Carreño, he had 3 wins, and all of them on horses trained by Jared Brown. So as you can see, with the 3 days left, they are catching jockey Jorge Carreño, with him up by 19. And on the trainer side, Jerry Gornall still leads them all. He's up by 8 into the final 3 days stretch. We've seen some horses win on the front end on Tuesday and off the pace. Did you think it was an even track?
I did think it was an even track. I did nothing jumped out that I made in my notes that it was speed favoring or closing or outside. It was interesting because looking back, we had all that rain. We had a sloppy track on one of the days, but as I just mentioned, no real biases, and the variance was very, very even. Maybe a length or two slow, but that's about it. I think this week we've got perfect weather in the forecast. Track looks great. When I walked up here and took a look, we've got for the final 3 days, impressive. We've got 8 tonight, 7 tomorrow, and 7 on the Wednesday. We've got something going on all 3 days. Today's the stake race, and then couple allowance races. Then we've got mandatory payout on the high five on Tuesday and mandatory payout on the pick five on Wednesday. That's the added day. So
That's as long as I don't get it in the next 2 days.
yeah, that's so possible.
Yeah, right.
Anyway,
Okay,
here
sure
we
it
go.
is.
Let's begin.
All right, let's kick off the card with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Well, we see it maybe a little bit different. I thought this was a competitive race. Basically, 4 of the 6 horses ran against each other. And it was actually a slightly below par race in there. So I decided to get somebody out of that race, and I'm going to go with the dropper. She is basically the horse that's just a little bit below the stake race. She just can't beat a couple of the fillies and mares this year. I like the drop. I think she's going to not be very far off of the pace. Who knows? She may even send. I think you're going to get a fair price because they're going to see that big win on Dixie Mo last time out. So that's a bit of a shot in there. I'm going to take her. And then, of course, it was a great ride last time on Dixie Mo. Carino got the front end and just absolutely stole it. This horse is so much better when she does get the lead. And when she does, you can see how good 2 of the last 3 when she's right there. She could get the lead. I just think that the 3 will be close enough. And then my long shot of the race that I don't mind that's improving is Barefoot Dancer. Yes, the figures are a little bit low, but based on what I saw in the Dixie Mo race, I think this horse could sneak in for maybe third, one of those Kirt tri-wheels. Hopefully he's got the 5 in for third for him if he plays one. So watch out, that horse be closing late, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, if you're wondering where is jockey Jorge Carreño, he was riding down south on the weekend, so he misses tonight's card, but he will be back for Tuesday and Wednesday. Myself, I see the 3 and 4 banging it out on the front end, so I had to look for a closer, and I ended up going to number 1 Fox Appeal, had some time off in between races, as the horse was looking for a place to run, did make a really nice move after Dixie Mo, but then Dixie Mo found another gear at the head of the lane and easily walked away. But with the 3 and 4 battling it out, I think in here, I think Fox Appeal is going to be sitting the closest ahead of Savage Love, another horse I do like a lot in here, and I think is going to get the first shot to go by them, and I think that is going to be the key to the race. So I went to number 1 Fox Appeal. I do like number 4 Dixie Mo. Liked it 3 outs ago last time out. I liked it a bit in there. But I couldn't believe it won by 8. This is a horse that is on a roll, but I just don't think she's going to get loose. So I'm going to put her in second, and I like number 6, Savage Love. Beat Dixie Mo 2 outs ago. Last time out, rallied from the back of the field, but it was a belated rally. If that speed duel does emerge, which I think it will, I think that Savage Love will be able to show that big late kick that she showed 2 outs ago. That's why I'm going to give you 1, 4, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 1 mile. Number 1, Courageous, will not run for a price. And scratch number 6, G's Turn. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, 4 boys, 1 girl in here. I think there is a chance of a duel. Just like Kirt thought there was in the last race, I kind of think that there's a potential of one here. So I did go to the mare in here, and I think she's going to sit closer this time. I don't think she's going to kind of press. I think she can just sit back, watch the duel in front, and maybe make a run late. Should get decent value. It is a tricky race for me in the sense of one of the horses, one of the boys could get loose, and if that's the case, then watch out. I will go to the 4 Monstradamus as my second selection. So game last time, just lost to a slightly better horse, made a nice move, sat just off, and certainly a repeat of that effort certainly can win. I just didn't take it on top because I think the horse is going to go off at about $3, and I don't really want to take $3 in this very competitive race. And then, of course, you've got to have the 5. I could have probably moved the 5 up a little higher, but that's how competitive this race is. Game all year. Seemed to learn how to come off the pace, which is very impressive last time out. That's why I was against the horse a few times, because I thought it would get in the duel. So if it gets the lead or is just so sharp, it could press and take over. But I'm still going to give you a bit of a price and go 3, 4, 5.
Well, I looked at Monstradamus. I said the same thing. I said, well, short price on this one. I went to number 5 House Limit. The last time these two met, the 5-horse House Limit ended up going the half mile in 46-2. They were absolutely sizzling around the racetrack. House Limit, that's the only time this horse finished out of the money here at Assiniboia Downs in the 7 starts, and it ended up running 4th. I think it will get the lead in here, and if it does, it'll be absolutely dangerous. That last start was lights out, running 2nd behind Market King, who was a stakes winner earlier on in the year when they were sprinting. So I think the horse is going to go to the front and try and wire the field. I do like Monstradamus coming off that monster race last time out. It's that time, very solid in the stakes category, and almost got caught by Monstradamus, and previous to that got a really nice win. So this is a horse that's running high right now. So I like those two, and I threw in number 3, Texas Rain, the girl against the boys. She hasn't run her best race since arriving. I think she can run better. She will like the mile distance. So I'm going to give you 5, 4, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3-and-up maidens are going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. Number 3, Mosey's on Main. Make the jockey Dwight Lewis. Who do you like?
Okay, this time 6 boys, 1 girl. I do like this race quite a bit, and I like a horse in here with a bit of a price to win. I expected that there's going to be an early pace battle, and then therefore you got to find the closer. So I've got a replay we're going to show if Adam can call up the replay. We're going to, just before you start it there, it's the 3-horse, happens to be Mosey's on Main, 3-horse here. There you go, he's got it highlighted. Watch him come out of the gate. He'll come out of the gate. You can't tell how bad a break it is if you're listening to the replay. There's the 3, quite a bit of ways back. Kirt even said a slow start. Moves up a bit and then kind of shuffles back. And then, so you see him on the rail, gets caught on the rail, and then falls back. Now we'll move it up to the final 8th pole here. If Adam moves it to the 8th pole, pick it up at the 8th pole. There he's on the rail. And so now he's in behind the horses. He finally gets out of the race, out and starts closing. So we'll pick it up there, Adam. We're going to see it's on the rail. Nowhere to really go. Gives the horse a wake-up call. And now suddenly when there's room, starts running. You're going to see how much ground that he's closing. And a few of the horses are in this race. And then you follow it out. If you have time, watch the replay. Watch the gallop out. He might even pick it up for me on the gallop out. Look where the 3 is. Very well done, Adam. Thank you. And passes and just takes over. Closer trip. Dwight gets this horse a little bit closer. We'll be closing late. And, yeah, that's why it's my top selections. I'm going to go with another bombs away, and that's Benny Bob, another closer that's going to sit off because I think there's potential duel between 1, 6, and 7. And then the reason I use the 7 for a third was because this horse can stalk a little bit and kind of inherit. But 3's my top pick, and then kind of the others. So 3, 2, 7.
Yeah, quite a mixed bag in here. I do think there's a duel, but between the 1 and the 6, I really liked always the little one, the 1 horse. But now she has to tackle the boys, and it's not an easy set of boys, especially with the 6 horse. He's a chairman in here. That's a horse that's been battling with some of the best maidens on the grounds and then not being able to finish. I think that today going 5.5 furlongs, going against the filly, I think he's going to be able to put her away by the time they hit the lane. And if he does do that, I think he's going to be able to hang on for the win. So I'm taking a shot on He's the Chairman. I haven't really backed this horse at all this year. Early on once, but that's about it. But I think this is the easiest field that this horse has seen. And I think it's just going to battle and carry on for the win. So I did put him on top. I did put Mosey's on Main for second in there off that trip. I seen that trip last time out. Great highlighting by Adam there. That's top-notch quality, showing where the horse was, making it easy to see where it's on the racetrack. And that horse did get in a lot of trouble off that slow trip, made up an immense amount of ground. And I like these horses that show speed, and then next time out they close. That's a great dimension for one of these horses. If it breaks good, it'll be able to sit and pounce on the leaders. So those are my top 2. And I took number 7, Steely Caper. This horse comes running each and every time. The best race this horse can run is in a stalking role behind those 2, because I think it has more speed than Mosey's on Main. to be in contention, but 6 for 7 in the money here at the Downs, but yet to capture that win. That's the only thing holding me back from putting it on top, but I'm going to give you 6, 3, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. It's our featured race, the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes. 4 Manitoba bred 2-year-olds, and they're going to tackle the 1 mile distance. What an interesting race.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good field of 2-year-olds. I think it should be a fun race to watch. There is enough unknown, so it's hard to have a strong opinion because you've got to figure out which ones can kind of go to the distance and even race shape, because you see the 2-year-olds, some are just so much the best. They just go right to the lead and can carry their speed 5 furlongs, and then others that may not have the speed stretch out. So I'm going to go to the 8 as my top selection. She is one of the fillies in the group. I've bet her in the past because I just like her running style. A couple of the races, she didn't have any speed to run at, and she had to be the one that went after him. Last time was just so much the best, got pulled to the lead and just toyed with them. So if we get a duel up front, which I think there's a potential of being one, and Dwight just sits just off, this horse can certainly take over, doesn't have to be close to the pace and go from there. And then I've got to go to the 6. He absolutely deserves to be the favorite. Looked great in both starts. Has beaten the 2nd and 3rd morning line choices already. It's just a matter of, can the horse handle the 2 turns? Kind of look like he can, but I don't want to go with, this horse could be $3 or less, and there's just too much of that 2 turns and going a mile, not even the 7 furlongs makes it not worth that. And then I'll go to the 2 Prairie Drifter as the 3rd selection. Look good. The key for this horse is, I do like the breeding. The figures say that this horse can handle the 2 turns, and that's kind of why I put this horse in. Wouldn't be surprised if the horse wins. Just might have to battle and put away some of the other speed. So great race, 8-6-2.
Yeah, I went with Russian Pearl also. Kind of tough to go against I Love My Life, but I think there's other speed to go against I Love My Life. If the race was 6 furlongs, I definitely would take the 6 and be confident about it. But since it is going the mile distance, you don't hurry the horse as hard to get up to the front end. And if I Love My Life doesn't do that, then I think Mechanic Susie, the 5, and Prairie Drifter, both of them will be right up there early battling. Russian Pearl's the only one that showed a nice being able to sit behind and kind of overtake. That first start of the year was one of the best starts for Russian Pearl, even though it did come off a good win wire to wire last time out, but it was just much the best, and that's why it was there. I think this horse is going to be in a stalking role, and I think that's where the value is going to come with Russian Pearl, so that's why I put it on top. I Love My Life. I love this horse the last 2 times. Did not disappoint, but now going this extra added distance, yeah, definitely he can go to the front, win it easily, but I just think he's going to get company, and with going the extra 2 furlongs, as they are going 8 furlongs today, that can make a world of difference when you're pressured on the front end, and that's why I'm putting him second best. And I like number 5, Mechanic Susie. Did beat the 2-horse Prairie Drifter before it came back and broke its maiden, and that was a gutsy effort by Mechanic Susie and galloped out really strong after the race. So I think that's a bit of a bomber in here. So I'm going to give you 8, 6, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Number 2, Storm Kitten. Make the jockey Nairo and Austin. Stretch, who do you got?
Okay, I've got it down to 3 in here. Going to sound like a broken record, but it's a non-winners, the bottom at this time of the year. Always a little bit tricky and always a little bit risky. I changed my order multiple times in here and even switched who was my top pick, but I've decided there's a potential of maybe a bit of a duel early between the 1 and 4, and because of that, I moved the 6 to stock. And just because this horse pressed last time, or kind of moved, and that's not really what she's about. I think she's going to get a great trip off the pace because that's how this horse runs that much better. Makes the small drop from the 35 down to the 25. I like that, so you know that the horse is just trying to get a win or find the right spot. So it's trying for an upset, but obviously 4 is the horse to beat. DARPA She could have been my top pick. She was my top pick a bit, but I just decided let's try to beat her. I watched her last race, and she was all right. It just doesn't like to always pass horses. She may just get the lead and go, and if she gets loose, she's long gone for sure. But maybe if there's a bit of a battle, maybe that can soften her up, set it up for the 4 or the 6. But obviously, I'm not leaving the 4 out. I'll get it right yet, and that's because I think it's really between those two. Flip it, try to get a price, and then the last one, I'll go to the 1 as a small chance of trying to steal it. If this horse gets brave, seems to always try to find a bit of trouble, but gets loose. Last time kind of came off the pace a bit. Maybe it sets it up to steal it, but let's go 6-4-1.
Yeah, I'm with you with the same 3 horses. I also tried to get DARPA beat, but I just can't see it happening. The last race was so good in that chasing role. NJ's Brass was a rallier in there and wasn't able to get third, even though the 2 of them went around the racetrack. So that's why I like her even more. She's dropping in from 5,000, missing the 35 level and straight down to the 25. So I just think this is the horse to beat. Jerry Gorno, leading trainer. You get Neville Stevenson, who has been doing well lately with Jerry Gorno. So I'll take the short price. I think definitely she is the one they got to beat. Wit 9, I agree with you. Another one taking a little bit of a drop in here from the 35 level. Had 2 big races in the previous 2 starts, running second in both of them. Probably could have won that first race, but just got nipped at the wire. So it's those 2, and I put number 1, Tough Enough to Start. Will show speed on the inside because it is going 7 furlongs. Will totally take advantage of that. But I just don't know if she's good enough to go all the way with DARPA and Wit 9 in here. So she gets my 3rd selection. I'm 4-6-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 7 furlong stretch. What about this one?
Well, I had to turn the page to see who this 7 horse was, so here we go. All right. Anyway, we'll hear Kirt's reasons on those. He's going to have to try to sell me. Yeah, another big dropper, another big favorite. I tried to beat the first 5 favorites. This one I'm going to jump on board. I think this horse just needed to drop. When the horse was in for 10 on 2, was always right there. The allowance is just a little bit too tough. Does have the 2 wins, where most of these only have the 1 win, gets in on the Manitoba bred. The only worrisome is the no wins in the last 2 years, so you got to be careful there. But just the figures say this horse simply just has to run evenly, and with those figures should just win on a nice even trip. So got to use her. I could understand trying to beat her a little bit, kind of like a few of the other earlier favorites. I'll go to the 4. I liked this horse last time, and I wanted to make sure what went wrong. And if I could have showed this replay as well, got shuffled a little bit, then checked, and then once got out, closed. I think this horse with a cleaner trip could be upset another one of the favorites in here. So I've got to use that. And then I'll go to the 2. Look good first start. Did like this horse last time. Was a little bit flat, but I'm just going to give this horse one more chance just because I don't want to jump off. The horse is going to go off good odds, and certainly horse can be in the money. The 4 had the worse trip than the 2 in that last race. So let's go 3-4-2, and I can't wait. Kirt, go ahead.
Well, Stretch, you're betting a horse that hasn't won in 2 years, which is kind of interesting to me. Yes, it is taking a big drop. This is the perfect drop for this horse. But I see some speed going with Dazzling Gold. I see 3 and 5 battling it out. And I just think they might battle it out a little too much. And so why not grab a closer in here? The non-2 lifetime condition, I think, produces some of the biggest price horses that you can get besides the cheaper maidens. And so I went to number 7, Hazy Winter. This horse has made 2 big moves in the last 2 starts and hasn't been able to carry it to the wire. Was on the lead and then got beat by a length. Last time out, made a huge middle move once again against Victoriaville, who was loose speed, and then tired down the lane. I've been waiting for this horse who showed a little bit of good late run earlier on in the year, and I've been following it since then. Seems like this horse likes going around 2 turns, and if that pace battle is there, I think the 7 could be a great upsetter. I also like the 6, Rathmeister. This horse got a terrible break out of the gate last time out. And then coming into the lane was out in the parking lot and really didn't get beat by many in the end. Got beat by 9, but the winner easily won by 5 lengths. I think this horse could be a bit of a sleeper. 2 outs ago, this horse was the favorite, then 35-1 the next start. I think it'd be a big price once again. So why not take a shot? And I took Dazzling Gold for 3rd. And if you see my pick 4s and pick 5s, I do hit the all button. So I'm going to give you 7, 6, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer. They're going to go 1 mile. And another great race. Number 5, Dictator, make the jockey Praven Badri. Stretch, what about this one?
Yeah, you called it a good competitive, higher level optional allowance race here. Solid. So I'm going to go to the 5, Dictator. I think this horse should be the controlling speed in here. Many times that this horse has run, there's been other speed, and it's classier speed. So when you've got to put away other classier speed, it always makes it tough. This horse potentially has a chance to clear, get that breather, and if it gets the breather, it's going to be really tough as well. Interesting of note, this horse is actually also entered on Wednesday as well, so maybe it'll try to double it up like a
and that's sprinting.
And that's sprinting. So we'll see what goes on here. Maybe we can see a horse win 2 races in 3 days. But anyway, the focus is now. You can't worry about Wednesday. Just wanted to add that in there. We'll go to the 4. I liked this horse last time, and I watched the replay again just to see what happened. And the horse was a little too far back, I thought. Made a nice move, got the lead, and then just lost to what I think is a better horse. Tapmaster was the winner, and that horse has some nice class and made a real good move.
Yeah, that was a nice rally from off the pace for once.
Exactly. So that kind of surprised me, but the figures are right there. I think you've got to use this horse. If the 5 gets loose, it's going to be super tough for the 4 to get up. But if there is a duel, that's why I have the 2 of them. And then it's kind of who's after this one. The 2 horse I use because I keep waiting for this horse to run a nice effort. If it runs back to the July 20th race, horse should be super tough again to be in there. Showing signs of wake up the last couple races have been there. Could get the jump on the 4, and that's how maybe the 2 could upset the 4 for second and go from there. But I'll go 5, 4, 2, almost box the picks.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 5 horse. There is no other speed like Dictator speed in here. Last time out, House Limit. Love the horse today. It beat it, but this horse was game for second. Time before that, actually got the lead 3 outs ago. Had to go against Monstradamus. 4 outs ago, it was Himmelstein's speed. And then 5 outs ago, it was My Cowboy's speed. Well, none of them are in here today. I think Dictator, wire to wire. I like maybe sometime and ride them, the 4 and the 7. They're both ralliers. They ran 1-2 last time they did meet, and I expect that to be once again. They'll be battling from off the pace, but I think it's for 2nd and 3rd money. So I'm giving you 5, 4, and 7. Now we're on to race number 8, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. That are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, the theme seems to be another race with a big dropper and a potential favorite in here. I'm going to go back to the 7 just because there's no purseability in here. This horse went to the lead last time and basically dueled and went after purseability. That horse is just too classy for the being in for 10. You just have to determine, was the horse in too tough and went after and can't get the or just couldn't get the distance because of that? Or can the horse just not get the distance? I completely understand why Kirt left this horse off because that's the guess in here. If it can get the 7, I think the horse should win. If not, you need the closers. And my 2 closers are the 3 horse. And this horse basically stalked last time on the outside and basically just ran evenly. And the 2 had a dream trip. Should get a dream trip again. I do think the 3 is better than the 2, but you know these non-3s, certainly who gets the trip. Wide open race if you don't like the 7, 7-3-2.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I looked at Euro Silver Biz, and I'm going to take a shot against him. I didn't like that race last time out. I like the horse to easily wire the field and had to battle with purseability, and that decreased his chances. There is a little bit of other speed in here that it might have to contend with, the 4 and the 6. So at least I think it's going to be pressured. So I went to the 8 Bodymore Heath. 2 outs ago, this horse ran absolutely huge. Only lost by 3/4 of a length. This is a non-2 against a non-3, but I don't mind that because that route race was so good. Guaranteed delivery, got soft fractions every step of the way, and still almost won the race. Throw out the last one, that 6 furlong sprint showing speed. I don't expect this horse to go to the lead. It'll be an off-the-pace effort today. I also like number 5, Bear Me a Moment. Already won this condition 3 outs ago and then came back in a non-2 lifer. Didn't run well, but then won it last time. Comes back into the non-3. Should be ready to go. And I do like number 2, Peb, as the horse does have a little good late running style. It has number 3, Here Rose on Easter. I could like that one too because it's always hitting the board 5 out of 7 times. I'm going to put them both for third. So I'm taking 8, 5, 3, and 2. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 8-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, number 1, Courageous, will not run for a claiming price. And scratch number 6, G's Turn. Once again, in race number 2, number 1, Courageous, does not run for a claiming price, and scratch number 6, G's Turn. Now turning your programs to race number 3. Number 3, Mosey's on Main, make the jockey Dwight Lewis. That's in race 3, Dwight Lewis on number 3, Mosey's on Main. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, our feature race on the card, the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes. The carryover in the Jackpot Pick 5, just over $463,000. Now turning your programs to race number 5, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 2, Storm Kitten, make the jockey Nyrone Austin. That's in race 5. Number 2, Storm Kitten, will be ridden by Nyrone Austin. Now turning your programs to race number 6. There's just a few overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, number 5, Dictator, make the jockey Praven Badri. That's in race 7, Praven Badri aboard number 5, Dictator. Now turning your programs to race number 8, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Again, just a few overweights. Our Jackpot High 5 carryover, just over $20,000. Well, an absolute gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg. What is going on there, Stretch?
Scarecrow.
I like the outfit.
Yeah.
Are you going Halloween?
Well,
is that your Halloween
no,
costume?
it could be. It could be. You know, I was in Nashville last week, a little bit of country, but there's some clouds. You're in it at least.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to dress as a cloud for Halloween. No, that might be a little bit tough. But it's a beautiful evening. The temperature right now, 11 degrees Celsius or 52 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 8-race Carter Racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 19 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. And be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the jackpot ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. And the draw will take place at about 9:30. The current jackpot is over $7,500, and if the jackpot is not won tonight or tomorrow, there will be a mandatory payout of Chase the Ace jackpot on Wednesday, the last night of racing. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Brad and Matt at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider change to report in this, the first race. Number 4, Dixie Mo, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Once again, we have a late rider change here in the first race. On number 4, Dixie Mo, it'll now be ridden by jockey Chavi and Chow. And please take note that jockey Antonio Whitehall is off all his mounts this evening. There will be several rider changes, and I will give them to you as soon as I get them. Once again, in the first race, number 4, Dixie Mo, the jockey Chavi and Chow, and jockey Antonio Whitehall is off all of his mounts this evening. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the final week of racing with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Number 4, Dixie Mo. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow as jockey Antonio Whitehall is off all his mounts this evening. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, I'm going to go to the 3-horse at 7-2, which is I kind of thought was the I was going to get a price, and so there's a chance that there's a potential duel. There's also a chance that one of them could stalk. We know Dixie Mo is better on the front end, but I think this Ain't She Darling is just making the right drop because the horse, she is very game filly. She just is a little bit below the top fillies and mares on the grounds for the stake races, and that's kind of the difference. It's a good move by Jerry to put this horse where she can win. I think if she sit there, she certainly can be there. She's had a couple tough trips, and if you have a tough trip in those stake races, you're in trouble as it is. Top selection, I'll take 7-2 all day long.
Yeah, I see a battle going on with number 3, Ain't She Darling and Dixie Mo. Ain't She Darling has showed speed against the best on the grounds. Dixie Mo, she's been in her own world in this first level allowance, winning 2 out of the last 3 of them. But with them hooking up, I got to look for someone who's going to sit close and just off. So I went to number 1, Fox Appeal, made a good move last time out to the head of the lane. But then Dixie Mo said, see you later, and opened up on the field and drew off to win by 8. Fox Appeal did have a month off in between races, almost 6 weeks. And maybe that's why the horse was a little flat coming into the last race. Still made a good move. Has switched barns since then. Devin Gittins, he's on fire, and so is jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. So I'm also getting 7-2 on the board. I'm liking those odds.
Yeah, for sure. We both kind of touched on Dixie Mo. When she gets the front end, she can be tough. You can see the 2 victories there. That's the matter of how you see it. And as you've mentioned, the jockey change, it's going to be with Antonio off. Now you have Chow, who...
And Chow's a hot jockey.
He is a hot jockey, for sure.
September.
For sure, he's going to get the instructions of what to do there. I'll go to I thought this horse was going to be a longer shot, and that's the 5. If there is a duel between the 3 and the 4, I think this 5 is the improving horse. If you look 2 back, yes, was a few lengths back, but I think that last race just going to build confidence for her, and she can move forward. So if you get that duel, maybe she's the one that can be right in the money or be right involved late. So that's my 3rd selection.
And the 2 horses behind her both came back to win, so it is a key race. I also like number 6, Savage Love. This horse ran second to Dixie Mo 3 outs ago, then came back and beat her. And last time out, again ran second. So if you are liking Dixie Mo, you're getting 3-2. 9-2, you're getting on Savage Love. Last time out, made a belated rally, was at the back of the field, and Dixie Mo was at the front, and she didn't stop. So it's tough for Savage Love to get there. She wants the duel with the 3 and 4, so she can show her late running style. This is a nice little 3-year-old that's coming into herself late in the year. So I like her also to grab a little piece of things.
That's fair. And the longest, who's going to be the longest shot on the board is the 2. Yeah, the last race wasn't that good, but there's a few races back in July that this horse could come turn it around, and that just might be enough. Again, if you get the right race shape and you have 2 or 3 of them battling it out, this horse could get the trip. Does have a win this year. Certainly, if you're a big long shot player, there's a contest going on today. If that's the type, if you hit this one, you're ahead of the game. I'm leaning elsewhere, but if you just simply take the long shot, that would be your horse.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off.
All right, let's start with a little exactor wheel.
Oh, you're looking at mine and you're liking my
No, I'm not liking your ticket.
Okay,
you're
we'll
missing
see after.
Anyway. I guess we're going to find out. Hopefully one of us is right. $10 exactor wheel, 3 with 4-5.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I put the 1 on top, Fox Appeal, with the 4-6, with the 3-4-6. A $1 ticket is $4. I have a $5 one, so that's $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. horse on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Fox Appeal, owned by Get Her Done Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brendan McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley J.D. Jr. Number 3 is Ain't She Darlin', owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Dixie Mo, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Barefoot Dancer, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Savage Love, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 1, 3 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls kick off the last Monday night of the year going 7.5 furlongs. It's a compact field, but a competitive field. I've landed on the 3 Ain't She Darlin'. I think this horse is just a little bit classy than these fillies and mares in here. I think she could go to the lead, but she can also stalk. I don't think she's going to let the 4 get too far ahead. If she doesn't, she can be right there. If there is a bit of a battle between the 4, she is a very game filly. How about a big long shot on the 5 at 9-1? That horse will be closing late if the race sets up. 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a battle between the 3 and 4 in here, so I went to number 1, Fox Appeal. Made a big move last time out to at least get close to Dixie Mo, but then she found another gear and ran off with the race. With the pace battle that could emerge, I think Fox Appeal will be sitting closest to grab the lead. Another horse besides Dixie Mo that I do like is number 6, Savage Love. If you do like the 4, you gotta like the 6. Ran second to the 4 twice and beat her once. I'm 1, 4, and 6. Good luck here in race 1. post time. Fox Appeal, the first one into the starting gate. Next up, Aramon. Ain't She Darlin', it's set to step in. The 7-5 favorite, Dixie Mo. She'll be next. Just 2 left to load. Barefoot Dancer. Now just waiting on Savage Love to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Dixie Mo showing early speed and will take the lead on the outside. That's Aramon and Ain't She Darlin'. Those two go to engage. Dixie Mo early. Settled back in 4th on the rail. That's going to be Fox Appeal. Then it's Barefoot Dancer and Savage Love at the back, racing as a pair. The opening quarter, a rather quick 24-1. It's Dixie Mo on the inside. Ain't She Darlin'. Putting on the pressure on the outside. Sitting back 1.5 lengths, that's Fox Appeal with Aramon to the outside. Now moving up, Savage Love on the rail. And the trailer now, Barefoot Dancer. The half a Spirited. 48-1, and it's still Dixie Mo with the lead by a length. Ain't She Darlin' back to second. Fox Appeal now gaining ground, 3 wide in 3rd. Back and forth, Savage Love looking for a gap to come up the rail. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Dixie Mo through 3/4 in 1:14-1. Has the lead by 2 lengths. On the outside, Fox Appeal and Ain't She Darlin', a 1/16 of a mile to go. And Dixie Mo makes every pole a winning one. Close for second. Looked like Ain't She Darlin' got there with Fox Appeal for 3rd and 4th, Savage Love. Stewart's opposed to number 4, Dixie Mo. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-1, 6 furlongs 1:14-1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs 1:33-4. Results of the photo show number 3, Ain't She Darlin'. Finishing second. 3rd goes to number 1, Fox Appeal, and 4th to number 6, Savage Love. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 4, Dixie Mo. Dixie Mo is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by Uncle Mo. Out of the mare Winning Dixie by Dixie Union. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault. And ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:33 and 4. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Number 2, Gold Special. Make the jockey Leroy Nelson. And scratch number 6, G's Turn. Also, number 1, Courageous, will not run for a claiming price. So once again, here in race number 2, number 1, Courageous, will not run for a claiming price. Number 2, Gold Special. Make the jockey Leroy Nelson. And scratch number 6, G's Turn. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which does raise money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you'll win $100 if you pick either Joker, and you're guaranteed $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $10,000. Number 3, Ain't She Darlin', claimed by A2 Thoroughbreds trainer Michael Nault. Also claimed for $10,000, your race winner. Number 4, Dixie Mo, claimed by Jerry Gowdy, trainer Rick Wise. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 1 mile. Number 1, Courageous, no claiming price. The 2-horse Gold Special, Make the Jockey Leroy Nelson. And scratch number 6, G's Turn. Quick look back at race number 1. Wild Stretch, Dixie Mo. Even though the late rider changed to Chavi and Chow, right to the front, right to the gate, or right to the wire.
Yeah, we've learned how much better this horse gets when she gets the lead. Probably the instructions in the paddock right before, get the lead, and solid ride by Chow. Got the lead. I thought Ain't She Darling ran a nice race. Didn't go after the lead, then went 3 wide, pressed, dropped back, and came again. So the horse showed the class at the end there. Just it's tough to beat a horse that gets so brave on the front end, and they didn't go slow either. Those were fast fractions.
Yeah, they were definitely solid. This track, it seems a little bit faster than last week. Okay, on to race number 2, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, I'm going to take a chance to try to beat the potential favorite, but the public's got it down to 3 horses. I'm going to go to the 3, the mare in here. I think she's just going to get a nice trip behind potential between the 4 and the 5. If one of them gets loose, I think she'd have a tough time winning the race. But similar to the previous, she's just kind of like Ain't She Darlin' in there in the sense of stakes placed, just not quite there on the win, a bunch of seconds. I'm not worried about the seconds because she's lost to just some better horses. Spun Line had won a bunch, and then, Hidden Grace and Half in the Wrapper. So not a second-itis horse, just running against Too Tough. Makes the small drop, gets the trip, can beat the boys, though.
Yeah, definitely on her best race. I like her as my top 3, but I went to number 5, House Limit. Last time it did meet the 4 Monstradamus. These two really set it down on the front end, and House Limit took it over, but they went 46-2, 112, and House Limit ended up fading the most, as it did get beat by 3 3/4 lengths. But I don't see those kind of fractions happening today. Chavi and Chow just won on Dixie Mo in the last race, so he knows that the front end's looking all right so far this evening. So I expect him to go right out to the front end, try and control it like he did in the last race. And 9-5, a little bit short on the odds board, but definitely this is a horse that's on a big roll.
Absolutely, running tough all meet long. So yeah, we'll talk about the other dropper, the 4 horse in here, and ran a great race against It's That Time. Almost looked like it was going to win that race, and then It's That Time dug in and pulled away. Any of those last 3 races put this horse right there. It's just going to be a matter of how the race goes. If they duel, they could knock each other out. If one gets loose, that horse could get brave. So really good cat and mouse game in here between the 4 and 5 for sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt they could chase each other around and stick 1, 2, kind of like the last race. The top 3 finishers, they ended up 1, 2, 3 in the end. And I also like Monstradamus. That was just a great race last time out. Another horse to look at, number 1, Courageous. Didn't fare so well in the Gold Cup, where the horse tried to go after the front end. This horse's best running style, I think, is off the pace, and there isn't a ton to go battling on the front unless you think that Monstradamus and House Limit are going to go 47 to the half. If that does happen, then Courageous can show that big late kick that it has showed in the past. But right now, on current form, 2 outs ago, it ran an even race, beaten by 8 to Monstradamus, and It's That Time. I just think Courageous, even though it is a drop in class in here, will have to run better.
Yeah, I'm with you. The horse certainly has talent for sure, and belongs at the high claiming race. It's just has to find the right race. And then Gold Special, same kind of thing, is kind of on the fringes of where to fit this horse. And it's kind of the last week you want to find a spot. The horse has made a bunch of money already, $28,000 in 2022. So there's talent. It's just, again, needs the right trip, does have to wake up a little bit. You kind of needs to step up to win it.
Yeah, it's a 3-year-old that's now against the tough ones. Leroy Nelson with Antonio Whitehall off all his mounts. He will take command of the reins. Before we go to our wagers, I will give you the rest of the rider changes as we have a little time. Next race that Antonio Whitehall was in, turn your programs to race number 5. Number 1, Tough Enough to Start, will now be Praven Badri. That's race 5, the 1 Tough Enough to Start, Praven Badri. In race number 7, number 6, Lucky Chucky, make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. That's race 7, number 6, Lucky Chucky, Stanley Chady Jr. And in race number 8, number 6, Outcome, also make the rider Stanley Chady Jr. That's race number 8, number 6, Outcome, Stanley Chady Jr. All right, Stretch. Now let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Oh, back to the place bets.
Yes. Where you're going to see as the week goes along. I've got a bit of a plan here. So let's go 30 place 3.
Well, let's hope it's a good plan.
Yeah.
I'm going after the pick 3. I'm keying number 5, House Limit, with 3, 6, 7, with 5, 8. A $1 ticket, $6, but I'm betting a $4 one, $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. horse on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 1 mile for $18,500. Number 1 is Courageous, owned by Hetty Kling, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Gold Special, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Texas Rain, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Tyrone Nelson. Number 4 is Monstradamus, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Detained in the paddock for an equipment adjustment, that's number 5, House Limit, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Chavi and Chow. Number 6, G's Turn, was scratched. Post time for race number 2, 4 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, as this is race number 2, we have the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, and that is number 5, House Limit. Number 5, House Limit, the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. Compact field of 5 for the boys and one mare going a mile. I'm going to go with the mare to try to beat the boys in here. I think there's a potential pace battle between the 4 and the 5. She's been running against the top fillies and mares on the ground. That's not in here. The boys are tough because the 4 and the 5 have been running great. I just think she gets the right trip. 5-2 is about the right value. 4 is the class. 5 is probably one of the top horses with the wins this year, but I'll give you 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I like the same 3 horses, but I do like number 5, House Limit. I think that's the horse that's going to get the front end. We just seen Chavi and Chow on Dixie Mo in race number 1 hit the front end, and he did go wire to wire, so that's who I like on top. And I do like number 4, Monstradamus. 2 huge races in a row. Got the win 2 outs ago. Lost a narrow photo last time to a big horse. And it's that time. I'm 5, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race 2.
It's post time.
Courageous, the first one into the starting gate. Gold Special also in. From the middle, Texas Rain finds her spot. Just waiting on the co-favorites at 8 to 5. That's number 4, Monstradamus. Now just waiting on House Limit from the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Monstradamus shows a little bit of speed, but the House Limit is given the front end as they pass the grandstand for the first time. It's House Limit by a length and a quarter. Monstradamus back in second. Texas Rain 3 lengths back in third. Fourth on the inside will be Gold Special. And Courageous is the early trailer. They're about 6 off the early pace. The opening quarter, 23 and 3. And House Limit heavily restrained. Still the leader by 2 lengths over Monstradamus in second. Texas Rain creeping up in third. Gold Special starting to move in fourth. And Courageous still the early trailer. The half, a quick 47 and 4. And House Limit still looking like running easy with the 2-length lead. Monstradamus now in an all-out drive from second. Texas Rain trying to move up from third. Also Gold Special in fourth. And Courageous still the trailer. 3/4, 111 and 4. And House Limit has exploded on this field and now has opened up 7. On the far outside, Texas Rain and Gold Special on the inside. But House Limit, this is over at the 16th pole, is going to win easy by 8. The battle is on for second. Texas Rain does get there with Gold Special in third. And Monstradamus finishes in fourth. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, House Limit, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Texas Rain. Third to number 2, Gold Special. And fourth to number 4, Monstradamus. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-4. 6 furlongs, 111-4. Time for the mile, 1:38-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 5, House Limit. House Limit is a big gelding, 7 years old by first offense, out of the mare Easy Limit by Stormcat. Owned and trained by Elton Dickey and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the mile, 1:38-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Chavi and Chow, who scores the early daily double, 2 wins for jockey Chavi and Chow. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Number 3, Mosey's on Main, make the jockey Dwight Lewis. Once again in this third race, number 3, Mosey's on Main, the jockey Dwight Lewis. Kicking off another pick 3. Here in race 3, they go to post in 17 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention down to the winner's enclosure, the CTHS Manitoba, the HBPA Manitoba, and Assiniboia Downs created a new monthly program that recognizes Manitoba breds and their respective trainers. Each race points are awarded on a first to fifth basis. At the end of the month, the totals are calculated, and the leading point earning trainer is presented with a $500 cash prize and a $200 ASD gift certificate. Congratulations goes out to Devin Gittins. He was a force to be reckoned with. 7 wins, 3 seconds, blew them all away for the Manitoba bred points in Manitoba Strong. Congratulations, Devin Gittins, on behalf of the CTHS Manitoba, HBPA Manitoba, and Assiniboia Downs. Way to go, Devin. And ladies and gentlemen, Keeping your attention down at the winner's enclosure. The HBPA of Manitoba has milestone awards that are presented to trainers as they achieve milestone wins within their career. Tonight, 3 of these awards will be presented to trainers that have reached their milestones. On hand to present these trainers with their awards is HBPA of Manitoba President Blaine McLaren and HBPA Office Manager Shannon Dolly. There is Victoria Morse. She is receiving an award for her first career win as a trainer on September the 5th, winning with Captive Kitten. Congratulations, Victoria. Next up, Blair Kidd. He also received his first career win as a thoroughbred trainer on August the 23rd with Victoriaville. Congratulations, Blair. You don't only finish 4th, Blair. You did get a win, and hopefully many more in the future. And next up, congratulations goes out to Stephen Gaskin. He got his 100th career win on September the 20th with a 2-year-old Diane's Wish. It was a convincing win. Congratulations to Stephen Gaskin. Win number 100, many more to come. All right, next up is the 2022 HBPA Groom of the Year Awards. The first year Groom of the Year is presented to a rookie groom who has shown exceptional care for their horses, growth and improvement as a groom, and respect for the horse racing industry in their first year here at ASD. And if you're interested in the program, reach out to HBPA Manitoba for more information. This year's winner, Skyla Blanchard. We wish you all the best in the off season and hope you're back for the 2023 race season. Next up, the Groom of the Year is presented to an experienced groom who has shown exceptional work, ethic, ability, and willingness to share knowledge, shows exceptional care for the horses, and is considered an ambassador of the racing industry. This year's group of nominees showed all these qualities, which made the selection process even harder. Cameron Delaron is the Swing Open Groom for 2022. Cameron's father, that's Lee Delaron, accepting on his behalf as Cam has returned to Saskatchewan to continue his university studies. Also, not to be left out, the HBPA would like to congratulate Efian Ricketts, known around here as Richie, as Groom of the Year for 2022. Unfortunately, being a groom, he is in the paddock right now with number 6. He's the chairman. So congratulations to Richie for being Groom of the Year, and the HBP of Manitoba would like to recognize and thank CK Mobile, Elders Equine, Dylan Halleck, and Boychuk Farms for sponsoring this year's awards. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3 for this $5,000 claimer. 4 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Number 3, Mosey's on Main. Make the jockey Dwight Lewis stretch. Who do you like in here?
All right, yeah, we got a good field in here. Remember, it's not the pick 5 because there's 8 races tonight. I've landed on Mosey's on Main. If you watch ASD Live, I showed the replay about the trouble that this horse was in, and so horse didn't break well, and then finally got out and made a move. And I like that the horse finished and galloped out so well. Glad I didn't bet the horse to win because I always like to have a horse with no horse left at the end. And this horse had pony left. I think if the horse can get a little bit better position, and it was a change in running style too. Last time, 2 back, showed some speed, and then came back and ran such a good race. Had to use this horse. 5-1 is more than fair value. If I get that duel between the 1 and the 6, this horse can be right there.
Yeah, I see the 1 and 6 battling, but what I like about the 6 is it hasn't seen this easy all year long, and I think that's the difference. Last time out was battling it out, and has battled every single time. Has to go against a filly on the inside, but I think he just has more staying speed to go the 5.5 furlongs. So far, we've seen the first 2 races go wire to wire, and both horses look ultra impressive. If he's the chairman, maybe has a little more speed than always the little one, then definitely this will be a big contender. I'm not really liking the 2-1. I'd like a little bit more than that, but I still think he's the chairman. He's going to show a top showing today.
Yeah, you make a good point about the gate to wire speed and even the chasers kind of hanging around. You got it. We'll see how this race goes. I'm going to throw a long shot if there is the battle, and that's Benny Bob. Remember, our picks are done earlier. I'm going to take a chance that there is a battle between that, and maybe you can get up at a price. So I got a 5-1 and a 10-1 in the top 3.
And take a look at number 7, Steely Caper. This might be the horse sitting right behind the 1 and 6. 2 outs ago, ran a huge second, beaten only ahead to Steep Rock, who was dropping from maiden allowance. And then last time out, tried to chase, and that didn't go very well. As the stablemate won, expect an off-the-pace effort today. So a big chance there. All right, let's go to our wagers stretch here in race number 3. Start us off.
Yeah, as mentioned, I do like this race, and just in case the speed doesn't back up. 20 to win on 3. And then I like to double up the bet for place, 40 place on 3.
You don't want to change it because the way the track's looking, or you're not...
This is my price play of the day. You are right. I could change it, but I'm sticking with it because it's only been 2 races.
All right, I like speed, and it's doing well, so I'm going 30 to win on the 6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4, our featured race, the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Always the Little One, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Benny Bob, owned by Bob Taphorn, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Mosey's on Main, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Lennox the Great, owned and trained by Fred Rawson with Arthur Badu. Number 5 is Chester G, owned by Rayanne Wahobin, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Tyrone Nelson. Number 6 is He's the Chairman, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 7, Steely Caper, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Post time for race number 3, 3 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. 5.5. We've got the maidens going. All but one girl in here, and the girl's the one. She's going to try to press the 6. That's why I'm looking for the closer, and that's the 3, Mosey's on Main. Needs to get out of the gate a little bit quicker, gets the right spot, will be closing late. If there's a duel, like I said, between the 1 and 6, another long shot would be the 2 at 9-1. That horse will be closing late. So look for them at the back of the pack. The 7 likes to run evenly. Go from there. But 3's my top selection with the 2-7.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a battle happen between the 1 and 6 also, but I think the 6 is still going to hang on. Speed did well in the first 2, and He's the Chairman has yet to hit this level so far this year, and I think that's the big key. Only got beat by 3.5 last time out, battling every step of the way against some tougher competition. So I'm giving him the nod. I do like the 3-horse Mosey's on Main, who had trouble, and number 7, Steely Caper, who might be the perfect stalker in here. Good luck here in race 3. Always the little one, the lone filly in the field, first into the starting gate. Next up will be Benny Bob. Always the little one, a little fractious in the starting gate. Next up, Mosey's on Main. Lennox the Great set to move in. Chester G will be next up. Chester G getting a little extra help from the gate crew. Great job by them once again. Just 2 left to load. The current 6-5 favorite, he's the chairman. Now just waiting on Steely Caper to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Chester G. From the inside, always the little one. She flashes her early speed with He's the Chairman. To her outside, 3 wide, Steely Caper. Settled in behind them, that's Benny Bob. Mosey's on Main is also close up early. And then a gap about 8 lengths back to Chester G and Lennox the Great. The opening quarter, 23-1. Always the little one on the inside. On the outside, he's the chairman. Steely Caper. Move back to try and reel him in. Benny Bob making a move up the rail. And then it's Moses on Main. They hit the head of the lane. Always the little one. She's opened up 2.5. He's the chairman. Coming with a late run as they come to the 16th pole. Always the little one. He's the chairman. Has a little bit left in the tank. And it's gonna go noses at the wire. He's the chairman. Got it. Always a little one in second. Close for third between Benny Bob and Steely Caper. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Results of the photo show the winner number 6. He's the chairman. Second goes to number 1, always the little one. Third to number 2, Benny Bob. And fourth to number 7, Steely Caper. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 3, that's number 6. He's the chairman. He's the chairman, is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old, by Society's chairman, out of the mare Nickel Candy, by Silver Deputy, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Number 6, He's the Chairman, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Our featured race on the card, the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes for Manitoba foal 2-year-olds. There are no changes, but we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 1, Tough Enough to Start. Make the jockey Praven Badri. Number 2, Storm Kitten. Make the jockey Nyrone Austin. Turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, number 5, Dictator. Make the jockey Praven Badri. Number 6, Lucky Chucky. Make the jockey Stanley Shady Jr. Turning your programs to race number 8. Number 6, Outcome, will be ridden by Stanley Shady Jr. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, the carryover, over $460,000. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Well, we have some exciting mandatory payouts for you tomorrow and Wednesday with the potential of some huge payoffs. It's Jackpot High 5 carryover. Going into tonight's last race is $20,000. If it is not won tonight, there will be a mandatory payout of the Jackpot High 5 in tomorrow's last race. And the Jackpot Pick 5, that'll be paid out on Wednesday, September 28th. Obviously, if it is not won tonight or tomorrow, the current carryover is over $460,000. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the Chase the Ace jackpot also must go on Wednesday if that Ace of Diamonds is not picked tonight or tomorrow. And for those of you who might want to take that Ace of Diamonds tonight in Chase the Ace, you have about 15 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with over $7,600 if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and you pick the Ace of Diamonds. You can get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5. And remember, you are helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. Once again, 15 minutes left to get your tickets for Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with our featured race, the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes for Manitoba foal 2-year-olds. They're going to tackle the 1 mile distance. Quick look back at race number 3. Chavi and Chow tried for the natural hat trick, but he's the chairman. Just got up at the wire.
Just got up, and it just shows how the speed went around. Good ride by Chow just to keep the filly going, and that's only her second start, so mark her down for next year.
And she'll be wavered in for 5,000, going 5/8.
There you
I
go.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah,
and we're not even done yet. And I can't wait for that.
Yeah, no, it just shows that all the closers didn't really have that much of a chance, and so make note of that. The times have been fast for sure. And I just want to congratulate all the trainers that won their awards. That was impressive. And the grooms, which, as you mentioned a few shows ago, and no disagreement in the least of how much they give the effort to get the horses looking good. And I'm just waiting. When are you announcing the most favorite ASD Live person on this year? Because
congratulations to the
Yes!
most impressive ASD Live person.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations goes out to Beth.
Oh, let's revote. We'll talk about it after.
Hey, whoa! There's one vote here.
Oh.
Mine. You lost.
Oh, congrats.
Way to go, Beth.
Congrats, Beth.
You haven't got a purse, so Stretch is second best.
All right.
But you're still in the top 2.
Top 2. That's awesome. I'll take top 2.
Isn't that good?
Top 2. Here it is.
Your place.
Yes, it is. That is my place. I got one place today. Here we go. We're good to go. Somebody could win $500,000 today because the sequence has a lot of favorites that'll be bigger favorites in here that certainly could be beat.
They're vulnerable.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. It's how it plays out, obviously.
And one of us took a chance to beat each favorite in each race because we found a few reasons. And let's start with this first leg of the pick 5. Obviously, mandatories on Wednesday if Kirt or I don't win it or somebody else.
Today or tomorrow.
Today or tomorrow.
Yeah, other people can win it too.
Yes, that's true. Here we go. Let's start at the 8. Julie's on camera today. I haven't mentioned her. She's been running all over the place today. The reason I went to the 8, I've backed this horse a few times. Last time was just kind of a paid workout. This horse looked good. Was so much the best, just went to the lead. The first race looked good, and then the other 2 races always had to chase other speed. And if you try to chase other speed and you're the closer, it makes it very difficult. I think this horse is going to get a nice stalking trip with the potential early pace battle and make a run late to see if this horse can go the 2 turns. 8-1 is absolutely great value on this horse for sure for me.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't think that Russian Pearl will go to the front. Definitely the 6, I Love My Life. Back-to-back wins and looked absolutely dynamite, breaking the maiden first time out and then coming back to repeat in the sales stake and looked absolutely dynamite doing it. You usually look at the program and say, well, this horse is the speed and kind of take the horse and maybe move on in the pick 5. But now that they're going a mile, that changes everything. As I Love My Life, maybe great gate speed, goes out. But Mechanic Susie, Prairie Drifter, and Russian Pearl, they all have speed too. So they can really press early on. And if that does happen, everything can just fall apart in the race.
Agree, and that's what I mentioned in the show before, is there are enough unknowns in here that you've got to be careful. Like you said, the 2 turns, I agree with you on the 6. The 6 should be the favorite. There's certain favorites you want to jump on board, and this horse could just run off and hide in here just based on those 2 races, but that mile. So my closer, who is bred to go the distance, even though it showed speed, which could show speed again, no doubt, but might just be able to keep going. That's Prairie Drifter, the 2. And so you're getting 11-1, absolutely big overlay on 11-1. You know, might go to the lead, might put everybody away, or may just be able to stalk. So that's my 3rd selection.
Yeah, my 3rd selection is number 5, Mechanic Susie. Did run against Prairie Drifter in her second last start, and these 2 battled it every step of the way. Mechanic Susie ended up winning the photo by a half a length. as she was on the outside. But I think the key to that one, Mechanic Susie had a great gallop out after that race, was entered in the last race, but was scratched out of it. I think pointing towards the Buffalo Stakes, which was a much easier race than the last one. But even saying it was much easier, it really isn't that easy.
No, the 2-year-olds, we've seen how good they've been, and I've looked at the figures compared to other years, and these ones are right up there. So a couple of the other ones.
Could you imagine if Lady Cop was in here too?
No kidding. No kidding.
That would have made it just crazy.
We're going to see, I can't, talking about looking forward to next year on the 3-year-old campaign with all of these ones. Let's talk about a couple second-time starters. I'll start with the one horse, and adds Lasix. Only one start. Yes, did lose to the 2, but we've seen the 2-year-olds, especially on their second time, improve. Yes, they're going around the 2 turns, but the horse doesn't have speed, but did close a little bit late, and that's what you need. You get that second start. Certainly can be in the mix if there is a battle up front.
Yeah, and even number 3, Bad Pixie. This horse rallied last time out behind Russian Pearl and Diane's Wish. Diane's Wish did come back to win very impressively in her very next start. But this was only the first start for Bad Pixie. I think this horse can move forward. Lorena Bijot now is Praven Badgery hopping on. Lorena, unfortunately, didn't get a win here at the Downs, but Praven Badgery has been racking up the wins this year, already over 25. So I think Bad Pixie, maybe if there's a meltdown on the front end, this could be one of those horses to rally and fool everybody.
Yeah, it is one of those fun races to at least watch because, for starters, a couple of them could end up to be superstars in the future. One of them could be running in the Manitoba Derby next year. So it's good to go from there. Should we?
Yeah, one other horse to look at, number 7, Kentucky Jake, a first-time starter in here. The dad, Kentucky Bear, has thrown some runners already. Number 6, I Love My Life, is out of Kentucky Bear. He was a winner of one race, and that was at a route of ground. All his races were at a route and was in the Preakness. The mom, Commando Kate, was a 7-time winner from 4.5 up to a mile. She made almost 100K. 4 siblings, a 4, 3, and 2 two-time winners, all the Manitoba bred route, all making around $30,000. But I think this firster is kind of up against it, at least as the distance of 1 mile.
Yeah, it's always tough to do that. The horse looks great in the paddock. It's just a matter of, only one's not getting a start and giving it a shot in here. So, and then the last one to mention is the 4. Hasn't really shown much, but maybe the 2 turns. If you look at the breeding on this horse is bred to go long, and that might be the difference of be able to just keep going.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. And of course, it's pick 5 times stretch. Start us off.
All right, similar tickets, taking a chance, different places. The good news is we both aren't going to cut each other out based on the last race. So 2, 6, and 8 in here. 4, 6 in the next race, trying to ticket against the favorite. Then I've got 2, 3, 4, again, not taking only the favorite. 2, 4, 5, 7 in the 7th, and 2, 3, 7 to close it out. Enough long shots that it could happen. 500,000 coming to stretch.
And myself, I'm taking 2, 5, 6, and 8 in here. I'm keying the 4 DARPA in race 5. Race 6, I'm hitting the all button. Race number 7, just the 4 and 5. And then race number 8, just the 5 and 8. A 20-cent ticket, $11.20. I'm bumping it up to a 60-center. You just seen that, eh?
I did.
60-center, $33.60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race 5, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured race here in race number 4. It's the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes for 2-year-old Manitoba foals. They're going to go 1 mile for $40,000. Number 1 is Valid Defense, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Prairie Drifter, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Bad Pixie, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Endo, owned by Roger Plant, Ken Pollock, and Ed Pollock, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Tyrone Nelson. Number 5 is Mechanic Susie, owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is I Love My Life, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 7 is Kentucky Jake, owned by Al Daly Estate Stable, trained by Fred Rawson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8, Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Dwight Lewis. Following the running of the Buffalo Stakes, Pat Wallace, president of the CTHS Manitoba Division, will make a presentation to the winning connections. The 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes. They'll go to post in 2 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The 2-year-old in a stake race going a mile. All of them first time going around the 2 turns, always a bit of a guess. I'm going to look for a bit of a closer here, and that's the 8. It's a filly against the boys, but that's okay in this situation. I think she can basically stalk the pace, potential pace battle, maybe between the 2, 5, and 6. If that happens, closing at the end. The 6 deserves to be the favorite. Hasn't lost, looked great, could do it again, gate to wire. 2 horses, also the unknown, that could show up late. I'll give you 8-6-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you on number 8, Russian Pearl. Ran big races all year long. Loose speed horses every time, except last time when went to the front end and beat up on maidens. I think this horse will sit behind I Love My Life, but I think I Love My Life will get company. She is dynamite, but I think she's a top 2 play. 3 to 5's a little bit short, and I do like Mechanic Susie, who ran huge in her first effort. So I'm going to give you 8, 6, and 5. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Valid Defense leads the 2-year-olds into the starting gate. Next up, Prairie Drifter. Bad Pixie set to move in. Endo will be next. Mechanic Susie's turn. The undefeated 6-5 favorite, I Love My Life, goes in. Now 2 left to load. Kentucky Jake, the first-time starter. Now just waiting on Russian Pearl to the outside. I Love My Life, fractious in the starting gate. They're at the post. I Love My Life, fractious again in the gate. And they're off in the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes. Quickly on the inside, Prairie Drifter shows some good early speed. And on the outside, Russian Pearl moves up into second, settled back in third. I Love My Life. Then Mechanic Susie in fourth. Back in fifth, Kentucky Jake. Then it's Valid Defense and Bad Pixie and Endo, the early trailer, who's 7 off the early lead. A quick opening quarter of 23-1. Prairie Drifter is up by 2 lengths with Russian Pearl back in second. I Love My Life is third on the inside with Mechanic Susie. On the outside in fourth. 3 lengths back to Bad Pixie and Kentucky Jake, and then 4 more to Valid Defense, and the trailer still Endo. The half 48-4. The leader, Prairie Drifter. Mechanic Susie in an all-out drive from second. Russian Pearl back to third. I Love My Life in fourth with a lot of work to do. 3/4, 114. They hit the head of the lane, and Prairie Drifter has the lead now by 6. Russian Pearl on the inside, going after him, but this is all Prairie Drifter at the 16th pole. It's going to win the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes by 7. Second's going to go to Mechanic Susie, third to Russian Pearl, and fourth to I Love My Life. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, Prairie Drifter, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Mechanic Susie. Third to number 8, Russian Pearl. And fourth to number 6, I Love My Life. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 48-4. 6 furlongs, 114. Time for the mile, 141-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 60th running of the Buffalo Stakes. That's number 2, Prairie Drifter. Prairie Drifter is a big gelding, 2 years old by Vengeful Wildcat. out of the mare Naughty Dotty by Reb Mac. Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the mile, 1:41-1. Number 2, Prairie Drifter, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owner, Dr. Betty Hughes. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Pat Wallace, president of the CTHS Manitoba Division, to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 4 is official. In the upcoming 5th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 1, Tough Enough to Start, make the jockey Praven Badri. Number 2, Storm Kitten, make the jockey Nyrone Austin. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in the pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 5, Dictator, make the jockey Praven Badri. Number 6, Lucky Chucky, make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Turning your programs to race number 8. Number 5, Outcome, make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 5. They go to post in 18 minutes. Well, if you want to keep up with all the horse racing news and events here at Assiniboia Downs during the off season, then be sure to subscribe to our weekly e-newsletter, The Inside Track. You can subscribe at asdowns.com. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We're kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. We had a late rider change here in the 5th. Number 1, Tough Enough to Start, is now jockey Chavian Chow. We had that late change here in race number 5. Number 1, Tough Enough to Start, the jockey Chavian Chow. And number 2, Storm Kitten, will still be ridden by jockey Nyrone Austin. Quick look back at race number 4, Stretch. Well, speed got away. Prairie Drifter drifted all the way around.
Yeah, that was very good, Kirt. Absolutely. A good ride. Was it Leroy on?
Leroy.
Leroy was on and got to the lead. You called it quick early and just kept going. Mentioned on the paddock show about the breeding on the 2 is bred to go longer, and one had some of the better Tomlinson numbers there. And sure enough, kept going, didn't stop, and some of the others struggled to go the 2 turns.
And what we've said all along, all summer, watch the gate and make notes. If you did watch the gate and make notes, I Love My Life was fractious in the starting gate. And every time that happens, I'm going to tell you, my finger is always on the cancel button when I do have a bet on a horse like that, or any horse in any race. I see it acting up in there. I'm throwing it out because it does exert some energy to do that. So maybe a little handicapping tip for later. Keep the finger on the button.
Good tip, and also make notes. So that's something that I'll put on my notes. It won't show up in the form, and that the horse acted up. And so then why did the horse run a bit of a flat race? Because maybe ran it before the race, in the gate or just before. So,
okay, on to race number 5, Stretch. We got a 1-9 shot.
We do have a 1-9. I did expect 1-9. Of course, the horse looks best on paper. They don't run the race on paper. I'm going to take a bit of a chance. We've seen speed holding, and there it is. Julie's got the selection that I like. Wits 9. Last time went pressed, moved outside, and then flattened. This horse is better sitting just off. Won't be that far off, which is good because I'm not taking any closers the rest of the night. That's for sure.
Okay, now you're on the bandwagon.
I am on the bandwagon based on what I just saw. So I think this horse is just going to get a great trip. One thing you don't want to read too much or figure it out, the jockeys understand that too. They know they've got to be close. So anyway, Wit 9's my selection. I get the 1-5 on the 4, though.
Yeah, I tried to get DARPA beaten here, but even if DARPA sits second and Chavian Chow, now on number 1, Tough Enough to Start, goes out and guns it to the lead, DARPA will not be far away. We've seen in race number 2, the filly, always the little one, or race number 3, always the little one, had the lead. And he's the chairman, was in a stalking role and just got up at the wire. I could see that happening once again. Letting Tough Enough to Start dictate, but not be too far away. This drop in class from 5,000 against a Rouse and Go. That was so tough, that race. Going to this 25 non-winners of the year, this is a massive drop. I have a hard time seeing this horse getting beat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I don't like the value. I would not bet a horse at 1-5 in this race, that's for sure. Maybe key it on some things, but it's not worth a win bet at that price, even though, as you said, it's going to be tough to beat. The horse that I guess could upset would be the 1, because I would think Chow, the earlier race, gunned to the lead with the first race. Help me out there, Kirt.
Oh, on Dixie Mo.
Dixie Mo picked up the mount and just went and just kept going. That's how this horse...
Then he did it on House Limit.
And House Limit. So there you go. So he knows the track. He hasn't been on this... He has been on this horse 3 times already, so that's a big advantage. So we know that I would expect that the 1 is going to be on the lead.
Yeah, I expect this horse to be sent only because it's 7 furlongs. The turn comes real quick, and everybody's going to try and leave. Horses that don't have speed, number 5, Gold Shaft, number 7, Wits Question, and even number 3, The Whiskey Worked. And Storm Kitten only has a little bit, so there's not a lot of speed to go out and pressure Tough Enough to Start. That's why I think the 1 and 4, They're going to be forward in the race, and Wit 9 won't be far away. It'll be them in the top 3.
Yeah, I see it the same way. And if you're chasing long shots, this is when you have to find long shots with the kind of right running style or pattern, hoping that the 5 can win it. Well, you're up against it already. We've seen no closers really get there. So not saying you can't win. I'd be looking for somebody that can sit closer. You know, if anything, you mentioned Storm Kitten, not a horse that I'm selecting, but at least can be closer to the pace.
Yeah, definitely can. Maybe the 3, the Whiskey Work. This horse did have a good run going 7 furlongs against Button Mushroom, who was bombs away that day and went off as the favorite. But the horse did rally from dead last that day from a good post position number 2. So I think that's another horse that's up against it for the win, but definitely can fill out maybe the bottom of your tries.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for to make it pay.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Of course, pick 4 times stretch, $2.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you can get it for 1, why not just get it for 2 and double it up? You've got a 60 cents going. So I am trying to beat favorites until the end because of the speed. So 1, 4, and 6, and then 2, 3, and 4 with 2, 4, and 5 in the 6th. Key in the speed, the dropping speed in the last. And it's 27 if you want to do $1. Double it up with your friends, and then you get double the price, 54.
All right, myself, I'm keying the 4 in here, DARPA. Then I'm hitting the all button, trying to get the favorite beat in race number 6. Race 7, I'm going to take the 4 and 5, and I'm going to try and get the big favorite beat in the
You're going
last.
against the bias.
I
You're not
am.
adjusting. You don't want to say Beth?
Well, you know why, Stretch? What always happens? First 6 races, wire to wire, what happens in race 7?
That's
even
true.
though now it's race 8.
So it could be even worse. That's fair. Okay, let's see how it goes.
I'm going to round out with 2, 5, and 8, so a $1 pick 4, $42. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5. We'll see you back for race 6. Are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Tough Enough to Start. Owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Storm Kitten, owned by Hetty Kling and Maria Stanford, trained by Maria Stanford with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is The Whiskey Worked, owned by Tessa Faye Stable, trained by Blair Kidd with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is DARPA, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Gold Shaft, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Tyrone Nelson. Number 6 is Wit 9, owned by Catherine Ursel, trained by Carl Anderson with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 7, Wit's Question, owned and trained by Steve Gaskin with Stanley Shady Jr. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 5, they'll go to post in 3 minutes. And we've drawn our winning number in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. That winning ticket is 3512. Once again, the winning ticket in tonight's Ultimate Chase the Ace, 3512. You have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end. But don't throw your tickets away if winning ticket 3512 does not show up in 5 minutes. There will be a redraw. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 7 furlongs. It's non-winners in just over 6 months here. There's a big dropper, but let's try to beat the big dropper with Wit 9. I think she's going to get a nice stalking trip behind the potential battle between the 1 and the 4. If that happens, she certainly has a shot. She can't move too early. 6-1's great value. Yes, the 4 horse is the mare to beat. She is classy. She can be there. The horse going to the lead is probably the 1. Speed's been holding well. Don't forget that one. 6, 4, and 1.
Stretch, I'm with you on the 3 horses, but a different order. I do like number 4, DARPA. Yeah, not a big win price, but boy, she ran good last time out. Now she's taken a double drop to the 25 non-winners of the year. Undoubtedly, she is the one to beat. I do like number 6, Wit 9 also. Has run some better races at the 35 non-winner level. And the one tough enough to start. Track is playing a speed. Might be able to go wire to wire. Has a hot jockey in Chavi and Chow. Good luck here in race 5. Tough enough to start. The first one loaded. Storm Kitten now goes in. Next up, the Whiskey Worked. DARPA, the Kirt 2-5 choice, goes right in. Gold Shaft steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Wit 9. And now just waiting on Wit's question on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, tough enough to start. Flashes some early speed, but DARPA is equal to the task. These two are going to battle it out early. On the outside, Wit's question in third. Back in fourth, Storm Kitten in between horses. The Whiskey Worked on the rail. Another length back to Gold Shaft. And the early trailer will be Wit 9. The opening quarter, 24-2. And it's DARPA on the outside. Tough enough to start. On the inside, these two has opened up 6 lengths on the field. Wit's question is back in third, moving up the rail. That's Wit 9 in fourth. Back in fifth, the Whiskey Worked, and your 2 trailers are going to be Gold Shaft and Storm Kitten. 48-3 the half mile, and now DARPA takes over. Back to second, tough enough to start. Wit 9 coming up the rail in third. They hit the head of the lane. DARPA with the lead. Wit 9, a full head of steam coming on the outside. DARPA, the lead shrunk to only a length. On the outside, Wit 9. These two inside the 16th pole. DARPA digging in. Wit 9 on the outside, but DARPA will hang on. Wit 9 is second best. Close for third between Gold Shaft and the Whiskey Worked. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, DARPA, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Wit 9. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 24-2, the half 48-3, 6 furlongs 114-2. Time for the 7 furlongs 128-2. Results of the photo show number 5, Gold Shaft. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 3, the Whiskey Worked. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 5, that's number 4, DARPA. DARPA is a bay mare, 7 years old, by Super Saver. Out of the mare shopping again by Awesome Again. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno. And ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-2. Race 5's official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 in race 6. I'll be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $2,500 was your race winner. Number 4, DARPA, claimed by Windancer Stable, trainer Wendy Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, in this evening's Ultimate Chase, the ace, Lori C, went up to the board and did select a diamond, but it was a 6 of diamonds, so she won $25, and the jackpot keeps growing. Over $8,300 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Well, DARPA proved best, but not by much, off a heated early duel.
Heated early duel, and it was a nice big move by the 6 horse that I thought, the 94,000 in the pick 4 pool, which I had 4 and 6, so not that I was cheering against you.
Oh, you were.
I kind of was.
Yeah, I think you were.
Because the 94, there's probably about 60,000 instead of maybe 25,000 still going. Good race, though, for a non-winners of the year. Very exciting finish, so that probably secures that the pick 5 carries to tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd say so. After the first leg, too, was only a $12 horse, and it was 2-year-olds. So let's carry on to race number 6, Stretch. Who do you have?
Okay, I've landed on the 3 horse. This favorite that's dropping can go to the lead, can sit just off. For me, the figures are there. The horse belongs maybe the 10,000, but 5,000 trying to find a spot. This horse is kind of being protected, being a Manitoba bred, and is always in the mix, but needs to drop. So I don't mind the drop at all, because this is her level. Has the 2 wins. You made a point to remind me that the horse hasn't won in 2 years. I think because the horse is a little bit over her head on a few of the races, but that last 10 non-2 was really good. Just lost by a neck, and so in the mix for sure for me.
Yeah, I really like Dazzling Gold in here, but I think it just might get into a little bit of a pace battle with number 5, Victoriaville. And if that does happen, it could be like the last race, but the horse might not hold on like DARPA did. But if Dazzling Gold does shake loose in here, I think the horse can be long gone. Chavi and Chow looking for its 3rd win. But I'm going a little long shot hunting. I went to number 7, Hazy Winter. Here's a horse that's been sitting in a real good position in all its races. 2 outs ago, made a big move. Tired, beaten by a length. Last time out, again, took a shot at Victoriaville early, but then Victoriaville kept running, and Mucho Express came from the far back to get that win. I just like the way this horse has been putting itself in a good position. Neville Stevenson just won a race, and I'm loving every part of the 25-1.
Yeah, absolutely. If this is just trying to find the favorites to beat, I'll go to the 4. In this one is my 2nd selection. A horse I could have shown the Troubled Trip last time. Basically got out okay, but then got shuffled, and then kind of was starting to make a move and checked. And so that was kind of, I think the horse isn't going to be as far back. I think you're a little bitter on this horse a few times, and that's fair. And you didn't even include it in your top 3. That's going to cost
I did not.
That's going to cost you. But anyway, I think this horse is my upset horse that could beat. Only 5-1, but I think that is the upset horse.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 6, Rathmeister. This horse was the favorite 2 outs ago after running a huge race 3 outs ago, beaten by a head. Then it was a belated rally, 3rd beaten 5, and last time out didn't get out of the gate. made a bit of a rally, but it was on the wide side of the track. Got beat by 9. I think this horse does like going farther. So I'm giving this horse one more shot and getting 11-1.
For sure. Yeah, you're looking for the long shots, absolutely. My last long shot is, again, a horse that I'm kind of going back to. Looked good first start, last time a little bit flat. That's the 2 betting on Bell. Trying the 2 turns, raced at Batera Park, going the mile. Ran okay there. So we'll see how this horse can handle the 7 furlongs.
And one more to look at, number 1, Barbie's Quest. 7 for 8 in the money this year, 5 seconds and a couple of thirds. Does not run on Lasix today. They take it off. This horse had a good second last time out. Misgiving went wire to wire. The time before got beat by Touch of Love, who sat just off the pace and ended up coming back to win. Barbie's Quest, though, needs a pace battle up front, will be sitting well back in the field, and I just don't think she can get there today.
It's just not the racetrack for her. Should be maybe picking up the pieces late.
All right, on to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, here we go. $5 tri wheel, not a $1, but a $5 Kirt.
All right.
And 3 and 4 on top.
So not just the 3.
No,
okay.
Just because I'm trying to maybe beat the favorite here. Then 2, 3, and 4. And then 1, 2, 3, and 4 because Barbies could sneak up for third. I have not used your 6 and 7.
Yeah, I kind of see that. But as you know, in my pick 5 and pick 4, I do have all in both of them. I'm just hoping the favorite doesn't get there. But I'm going to go a $3 exactor box, 3, 6, 7. If you want a $1 one, only $6. But I'm doing a $3 one for 18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. And we'll see you back for race 7. horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Bettin' on Bell, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is Dazzling Gold, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Miami Souvenirs, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Tyrone Nelson. Number 5 is Victoriaville, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Blair Kidd with Arthur Badu. Number 6 is Rathmeister, owned by Steve Herman Jr. and Marilyn Delorme, trained by Francis Nelson with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 7, Hazy Winter, owned by Bearstream Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Holds time for race number 6 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, the girls going 7 furlongs. There is going to be the favorite, might even go lower than even money. I am going to select her. The class drop makes the difference. She just has to be in the mix. She could go to the lead if she wanted to, doesn't need the lead, might get the trip. Others to look at that are starting to pay. Miami Souvenirs had a troubled trip last time. I think can go the 2 turns, no problem. And then Bettin' on Bell, not a very good race last time, but I think that's why you're getting a price. Run back to 2 back, could be there, 3, 4, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm seeing this as quite the wide open race. Yes, Dazzling Gold looks like the one to beat. I went long shot hunting in here. I went to 7 Hazy Winter, 25-1 on the board. Ran a big race 2 outs ago, got a little tired. Same with last time out, made the move against the loose speed horse and ended up tiring. Both of those were 7.5. Today's 7 furlongs. And the 6 Rathmeister, this horse was the favorite 2 starts ago. Then long shot today, 13-1. So I'm going to give you 7, 6, and 3. Good luck here in race 6. post time. Barbie's Quest leads the field into the starting gate. Betting on Bell. She walks right in. Next up, the even money favorite. That's Dazzling Gold. Miami Souvenirs turn. Victoriaville walks up and in. Just 2 left to load. Rathmeister. And now just waiting on Hazy Winter to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly on the inside, Dazzling Gold shoots out after the lead with Victoriaville. To the outside, settled back in third, Hazy Winter, Rathmeister. Sitting back in fourth, Miami Souvenirs is fifth on the rail. 3 more back to Barbie's Quest. And Betting on Bell, about 8.5 off the lead. The opening quarter, 25-3, and it's Victoriaville with the lead by a half length on the inside. Dazzling Gold, 3 wide. Hazy Winter scooting up the rail. Miami Souvenirs, Rathmeister also making a bid. Now 3 wide, and the trailer still Barbie Quest and Betting on Bell, the half, 50-3, and Dazzling Gold now takes over by 2. Rathmeister to the outside, Miami Souvenirs on the rail. Victoriaville back to fourth, and Betting on Bell is rallying. Dazzling Gold hits ahead of the lane and is up by 6. The battle is for second only. Dazzling Gold. She is gonna win by 6. Miami Souvenirs second best. Third's gonna go to Betting on Bell, and fourth to Rathmeister. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Dazzling Gold, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Miami Souvenirs. Third to number 2, Betting on Bell. And fourth to number 6, Rathmeister. They went the opening quarter 25-3, the half 50-2, 3 quarters 115-3. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 3, Dazzling Gold. Dazzling Gold is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by True Sense, under the mare Gold Knight Destiny by Hosta here. Owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:28.4. Number 3, Dazzling Gold, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by her owner, Starfield Stable. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Chavi and Chow, who scores the hat trick. 3 wins for jockey Chavi and Chow. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 5, Dictator, make the jockey Praven Badri. Number 6, Lucky Chucky, make the jockey Stanley Shady Jr. Once again, in this is 7th race, number 5, Dictator, the rider Praven Badri, and number 6, Lucky Chucky, the jockey Stanley Shady Jr. Kicking off late double wagering, they'll go to post in 17 minutes. Well, our Club West Gaming Lounge, featuring 140 VLTs, is open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Be sure to enter our Spin to Win game every Thursday and Friday to have a chance to spin the wheel for up to $100. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer. They're going to tackle the distance of 1 mile. Number 5, Dictator, make the jockey Praven Badgery. The 6, Lucky Chucky, make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Quick look back at race number 6, Dazzling Gold. She looked every part the winner.
Yep. Jockey got, Chow got the horse in the right spot, and then the class basically took over based on what she was running against. So, and that happens. So the horse was just spotted in the right spot to win.
And Chow having a good day, didn't panic. He just sat there and waited. Even though speed's been carrying all night long, he was content where he was, and we see why, easily winning.
Yes, for sure. Here we go.
Okay, on to race number 7, Stretch. Who do you like?
Well, I'm very interesting opening odds with the betting on. You don't see that very often. The favorite is at 3-1. We're both on the same selection, and I do like my selection that much more on how the day's playing out, and that's the 5, Dictator. The horse has the speed. There is a little bit of other speed with Lucky Chucky, but nothing like you named a bunch of the horses on ASD Live that were just all crazy speed horses. And we don't have any of those horses in here. So textbook, that one race that won 2 back, there was even some speed in there and put this speed away. Last time, House Limit, we saw House Limit crush. Today, there is no House Limit, gate to wire.
Yeah, that's the way I'm looking at it too. The only other speed that is in here is number 2, Life's Been Good so far. 2 outs ago, going a mile and 16th, this horse pressed the front end. Last time made a rally, but was beaten by the 4 maybe sometime. So we'll see what Life's Been Good so far does today. I do like number 4, maybe sometime. This horse was knocking on the door after winning its first start, but not being able to get it done. Took the drop 2 outs ago, got up to win by a length last time out. This horse was the winner, but Tapmaster showed a real good late rally from last to steal that win away. So this horse, 3-1 on the board, deservedly so.
Yes, but the Cumberbatch is going to have to get this horse in a pretty good spot. Like this, I picked this horse second only because Dictator could be loose speed. I couldn't pick this horse on top. If there was other speed, I would have flipped the picks. And so this horse is a runner, makes that late move. So you want to be aware of where that horse is. My third selection is the 2. Life's Been Good. Been on the fringes, hasn't run back to those races back in July, but is sitting right there for a good effort. Today could be the day that he wakes up, has the talent to be there for sure. You're getting 7-1. Interesting. You think the way to go is maybe have to go after Dictator, but I don't think that's his best running style, and I think if he does, probably isn't around late.
Yeah, definitely isn't his best running style, but I'm just saying if there is someone who could possibly warm up Dictator, that is the horse. My third selection is number 7, Ride 'em. You're getting the hot jockey and Chavy and Chow. Last time out, tested the best on the grounds with a couple of invaders and was in just way too tough. The previous 4 starts, all of them were good. Ran second to maybe sometime. 3 outs ago, absolutely blew the doors off them in a good stalking role. It'll be interesting what Ride 'em does today, but I don't think Chavy and Chow will be too far back because he hasn't had a horse yet today that he's had from way out of it. Everything's been put in a nice position.
Yeah, and you don't, if you're a true closer, you don't want to be on the front end. I'd be shocked if, for example, maybe sometime tries to go to the lead. That's not how he runs. I'm going to mention Wit and Whiskey. We've taken turns on taking this horse, and he's come in and looked good, especially 2 back. You were all over this horse. Moving way up in class. We're going to just see where this horse belongs. Just try to make notes for next year. If this horse can handle the 2 turns, even just an even effort might be enough to make notes for him next year.
Yeah, and another horse to look at, number 1, Uncle Mo's Cat. Dropped into the non-3 lifetime condition last time out. Ran an even effort, showed a little bit of early speed, and then was even throughout. This horse at this first level allowance was knocking on the door for a win 4 and 5 outs ago, where the horse ran second by 3/4 to Monstradamus and then lost by a narrow head to Himmelstein. But Uncle Mo's Cat just isn't showing his best efforts, but maybe today will be the day.
Yeah, these horses are good enough. A few starts ago, the horse was right there. I didn't really like how the horse ran two back, but then, you never know. This horse has it if it gets the right trip and wakes up.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch.
All right, so the plan is to run a place parlay, but based on the track condition, and I do this regularly if it has to change. So Beth, I need your help. Stretch change alert. Thank you. I made a few dollars, so it's going to be $42 to place on the speed, which is the 5. So Beth, 42. Thank you very much. She's quick, isn't she?
Oh, she is.
42 place 5.
And that's why she got the star.
Yeah,
buddy.
she deserves it.
And myself, I'm just going 30 to win on the 5 Dictator, trying to go gate to wire. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back for race number 8, Jackpot High 5 wagering. Horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 1 mile for $16,500. Number 1 is Uncle Mo's Cat, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Tyrone Nelson. Number 2 is Life's Been Good So Far, owned by S&S Stables, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Wit and Whiskey, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Maybe Sometime, owned by Wendy Anderson and Rob McDonald, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Dictator, owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Ann Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Running out the field is number 7, Ride 'em, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Chavi and Chow. Post time for race number 7 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going a mile in a very evenly bet race. The 5 is a slight favorite at only 3-1. He is the speed. There is a little bit of other speed, but not what he's had to deal with before. If he gets loose and the speed has been holding today, watch out. I think he goes gate to wire. Who's going to run him down? Well, maybe sometime. This horse has to sit closer. Made a big move last time. Two races ago, even a bigger move. Can't be that far away. Life's been good so far. Could sit close. Maybe he's the upset, but I'm still going 5, 4, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 5, Dictator. I think this horse is the predominant speed of the race. And if he does get the front end on an easy lead, I think he's long gone. But I do think number 4, Maybe Sometime, will make a rally around the turn and try and catch Dictator as the horse is on a roll. And I like number 7, Ride 'em. Currently 7-1 on the board. Lost to Maybe Sometime, only by a length. So I'm going to give you a 5, 4, and 7. Good luck here in race 7. Lucky Chucky, the first one into the starting gate. Uncle Mo's Cat from the inside goes in. Next up, Life's Been Good So Far. Wit and Whiskey. He's the next to go in. The current co-favorite at 3-1, maybe sometime. Walks up and in. 2 left to load. The other co-favorite at 3-1, Dictator. And now just waiting on Ride 'em to the outside. Field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, from the middle of the track, Lucky Chucky comes a running and grabs the early lead. Dictator on the outside, sitting in second. Wit and Whiskey up close in third. Also right there, Uncle Mo's Cat in fourth. Maybe sometime, length more back in fifth. And 3 more to the trailers, which is going to be Life's Been Good So Far. And Ride 'em. 23 seconds the opening quarter. And it's Dictator on the outside with Lucky Chucky on the rail. Maybe sometime up close in third. Wit and Whiskey in between horses in fourth. Then it's Uncle Mo's Cat back in fifth. And the trailer still Life Been Good So Far and Ride 'em. They're only 4 off the early lead. A heated half mile, 47-3. And Dictator now looked in the eye by maybe sometime, who goes on by and grabs the lead. Coming up the rail, Uncle Mo's Cat. A 3-wide bid from Life's Been Good So Far. 3/4, 113. They hit the head of the lane. And it's maybe sometime with the lead under siege on the outside by Life's Been Good So Far. And on the rail, Uncle Mo's Cat. These 3, maybe sometime digging in. Uncle Mo's Cat. One last try, but maybe sometime. Eggs on for the win. Uncle Mo's Cat in second. Third's gonna go to Life's Been Good So Far. Close for fourth. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, maybe sometime. As your race winner, second goes to number 1, Uncle Mo's Cat. Third to number 2, Life's Been Good So Far. And a photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 47-3. 6 furlongs, 113. Time for the mile, 1:40-1. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. The objection sign is on the board. Please hold all tickets. Tyrone Nelson aboard number 1, Uncle Moe's Cat, has claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 4, Maybe Sometime, and jockey, Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rider's objection, 1 on 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 4, Maybe Sometime. Maybe Sometime is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Desert Code. Out of the mare, Too Many Tomorrows by French Deputy. Owned by Wendy Anderson and Rob McDonald, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to unofficial victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the mile, 1:40-1. Results of the photo show number 5, Dictator, finished in 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 4, 1, 2, 5 will become official. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch, who scores the double, 2 wins for jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Race 7 is official in the upcoming 8th race. Number 6, Outcome. Make the jockey Stanley Shady Jr. Once again in this 8th race, number 6, Outcome. Make the jockey Stanley Shady Jr. Jackpot high five wagering. The carryover just over $20,000. They'll go to post in 16 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95 and half-price appetizers. plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. welcome back down the paddock for race number 8. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Number 6, Outcome, make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Quick look back at race number 7. What a finish. Maybe sometime just hanging on.
Yeah, and it was a great ride. The comment that I made is the horse has to sit a little bit closer. The fractions were fast, 47 and change.
That's how we knew Dictator wasn't going to
be there, that's for sure. But the 4 still couldn't be too far back. So the 4 was ahead of the other 2, made the move, and then kept going. It was just such a good ride. Nice, evenly, saved a little to the end, and just game. And that horse is game. And so it just lost to a better horse 2 back, but not today. He was the best.
No doubt about it. All right, on to race number 8, Stretch. Who do you got?
Okay, so I'm going to stick with the 7. This was the horse that I felt before the card that could control the front end and get the lead and just keep going. We've got, again, a dropping in class. We saw a drop in class earlier win for the non-3. This one is doing the same thing. It says 10,000. Understand, that was a 10,000 basically open. What was, do you remember that?
It was non-2 or non-3 life.
Okay.
It was both combined.
Combined. So a little tougher than this one. Plus, Perciability didn't belong in that race. He's just belongs in the higher claiming races and is running well. It's just a matter.
Was eligible for it, so well spotted.
Well spotted. That's the way to say it. Yeah, totally right. Battled early and then gave it up. So the concern is, can the horse get the 7 furlongs? Or can he not? And just because it doesn't matter what class level, you just can't get the distance. That's what you're going to figure out. 8 to 5 is what you're going to get. Kirt's going another direction. I understand it. I'm going to see how far the 7 can go.
Well, yeah, I think the 7 is the quickest, but 6 Outcome. This horse does have a lot of speed. And number 4, Double Time. This is a horse that's almost always headed out to the front end. So I see company in there. I don't see the easy fractions happening. So I had to go to a closer. I went to number 8, Bodymore Heath. Yes, it's a non-2 lifer against non-3s, but ran such a good race 2 outs ago where the horse was on the rail, tracking the leaders, and then just couldn't get by Guaranteed Delivery, who slowed it down on the front end. I don't think they're going to be slowing it down on the front end. I think it's going to be heated, just like race number 7. So Bodymore Heath, even though it's a non-2, I think this horse is competing in here, and I think it likes the distance and should get a really good trip because there's a lot of deep closers, so it should be able to shuffle down. And Tyrone Nelson, he loves going to the rail. I think he's going to sit about 4th.
Yeah, and that's a good spot. Gets the jump on the other ones. The other 2 closers that I like is the 3 and the 2. Let's start with the 3. This horse raced wide last time. Ran evenly, and that's all you need if the speed backs up, is just run evenly. Should get the nice trip. Won't be as wide as last time. It was a 5-horse field, but this horse ran around about the 3 or 4 path. Should maybe be on the 2 path, that saving that extra ground could be the difference for him.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 5, Bear Me a Moment. This horse actually already won this condition 3 outs ago, beating Strong Arm and Canadian Secret. Then the horse made an early move in the race, trying to go after Guaranteed Delivery, but then ended up faltering. Then went 7 furlongs today's distance against non-2s again and got the win. This horse, since it's already won this condition, definitely looks good in here. 9 to 5, I think, is a little short on the odds board, though.
Agree with you. Yeah, you've got to understand value. You're taking a shot. I don't disagree, but I wouldn't go 9 to 5. And just mentioning my other one is the 2-horse Peb. I think you like this one a bit as a closer.
Definitely.
This horse saved ground last time, had a pretty good trip, but should get the same trip again. Is again not going to be that far back because you can see when this horse did get the lead, was tough, won't get the lead in here, but could just sit in a perfect spot, rail open, gets on through it, 10 to 1. Now that's value.
And number 1, Mucho Express, you got to throw this one in your high 5. This is a horse that won 2 outs ago, the non-2 condition. Last time out, 4th beaten 10 sprinting. Yeah, it's a girl tackling the boys in here, but her running style is a late charge at him. And if the 4, 6, and 7, they all want to go battle it out, Mucho Express just might be able to run up and fool people 17-1. That's your bump up for the jackpot.
That is, yeah. Remember, today's the last chance to, well, you can get it by yourself tomorrow. Mandatory payout high five tomorrow. Maybe you can, I always like to scoop it the day before when there's less money in there and you scoop it. So maybe I might take a high five bet. I don't have it posted, but that's what I'm going. You'll find out if it's gone tomorrow. Might be mine.
I'll be listening for the screaming in the grandstand. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 8. Stretch, what do you have?
Yeah, we'll just close it out here with a $2 tri-wheel. The speed on top with the stalkers. So that's 7 with 2-3 with all. That would be, I'd be bringing the long shots in the lane. If you only want to spend $1, it's $12, 7 with 2-3 with all.
And myself, I'm going 10 to win on 8, 20 to place on 8. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 8, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. On the track for race number 8, they're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Mucho Express, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Heroes on Easter, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Double Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Colt Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Nyrone Austin. Number 6 is Outcome, owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 7 is Euro Silver Biz, owned by Martin Euroshak, trained by Rick Wise with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Running out the field is number 8, Bodymore Heath, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Tyrone Nelson. Jackpot high 5 wagering. Here in race 8, they go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Go 7 furlongs fast to the turn. 7 is the favorite, expectingly so. Dropping in class is the speed. It's a matter of can he go gate to wire and not get enough pressure. With the drop, I think he can. Value's not there, but you have to respect that horse. Others to look at if you're looking for the long shots, because if there's a battle, you need the closers. That's the 2 and the 3. They're going to stalk a little bit farther back, make their moves. They're a nice evenly run type of horses. 8-1 and 9-1 worth a shot. Let's go 7, 3, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I do see a heated battle in here between 4, 6, and 7. Even if the 7 does clear, I think it'll have to go real fast. So I went to number 8, Bodymore Heath. 2 outs ago, this horse ran lights out against Guaranteed Delivery, who slowed down the fractions and ended up going wire to wire. With the pace in here today, I think the 8 horse has a better shot of winning. And I do like your closers, number 2, Peb, and number 3, He Arose on Easter. I like 8, 5, and 3. Good luck here in race 8.
Post time!
Mucho Express, the lone filly, leads him in for the nightcap. Next up, Peb. He Arose on Easter, walks right in. Next up, Double Time. Bear Me a Moment is in. Outcome is next. Just 2 left to load. The current 4-5 favorite, Euro Silver Biz. And just waiting on Bodymore Heath to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Double time. Flashes some early speed without come. Now going to the lead with Euro Silver Biz. Double time. Now settled back in third. Coming up the rail, Mucho Express in fourth. In between horses, he arose on Easter. And bear me a moment. To the outside, trying to get up there is Bodymore Heath. And now Mucho Express is the trailer. The opening quarter, 25 seconds. And it's outcome on the inside. And Euro Silver Biz. They've opened up 5 lengths on double time in third. Bodymore Heath on the outside in fourth. Then it's Bear Me Moment back in fifth. 6 is going to be a Rose on Easter, Peb, and Mucho Express can see them all. The half sped up 49 seconds. Double time now takes over as it scoots right up the rail and takes the lead. Euro Silver Biz trying to fight back in second. They hit the head of the lane and double time putting on a show in here. Bombs away on the board at the 16th pole. Fireworks on the top board as double time gets it done. Very close for second between Peb and Euro Silver Biz. Heroes on Easter finished in fourth. The Stewards have posted number 4, Double Time, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 25 seconds, the half 49 seconds. 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 3. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:28 and 2. Results on the photos show number 2, Peb, finishing second. Third goes to number 7, Euro Silver Biz, and fourth to number 3, Heroes on Easter. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 8, that's number 4, Double Time. Double Time is a dark bear brown gelding, 8 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Quiet Time by Quiet American. Owned and trained by Steve Thompson, and ridden to victory by Siobhan Bell. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:28 and 2. Number 4, Double Time, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owner, Steve Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, we did have a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 7, Euro Silver Biz, claimed by Windancer Stable, trainer Wendy Anderson. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $3.95 and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30 with just 2 days of live racing remaining for the season. And take note, a mandatory payout of the high five will be tomorrow. And if it's not won tomorrow, the pick 5 and chase the ace. If not won, mandatory payout on Wednesday.